It is Corey Kluber Day in downtown Cleveland, Ohio. He has been utterly dominant at home, 7-1 with a 1.60 ERA. Today, a chance to get to 13 wins before the All-Star break. That would be the first Indians pitcher to do that since Gaylord Perry back in 1974. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Old Tribe skipper Mike Hargrove used to say everyday players are everyday players for a reason. The same can be said about the top 4 hitters in the lineup.
Wow.
Those are generally the best hitters on the team, and you put them in there every single day, and they are really firing on all cylinders.
And they are getting their at-bats. Last night, they scored 9 runs combined out of the 4 of them. And I'll tell you what, you better pack a lunch when you're coming to face Lindor, Michael Brantley, Jose Ramirez, and Edwin Encarnacion. They were circling the bases last night. They had a heck of a night, and they're all having really a good year. And when you come out there, you had better be on your game. You make mistakes. Blackburn beat them last time out, but last night they got revenge, and they are moving on. When you look at their numbers, Lindor, 23 homers, 55 RBIs, hitting 300. Brantley over 300, almost at 50 RBIs. Jose Ramirez, there's a couple MVP candidates in there, and Edwin's starting to pick up the pace with 61 RBI.
And Tribe third base coach Mike Sarbaugh learned last night that when Edwin is coming in hot, he cannot stop. All right, today Edwin Jackson goes for Oakland. Got his 99th career win against the Indians in his last start. Today he goes for number 100.
Well, this is a veteran that has a lot of success against the Indians. 10-1. He got win number 10 in his last start in Oakland. He's been with 13 different teams. Him and Octavio Dotel. That's a record. And you'll see this guy with a vicious slider, a good fastball, and he doesn't walk many. He's going to make you swing the bat. We'll see what he has to offer for the Indians offense this afternoon.
All right, we'll be back with today's play-by-play. Alan Jensen have the showstopper, and Andre Knott delves deeper into the Tribe's bullpen when we come back. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by Who But WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians, and by Cleveland Clinic Express Care online. Tap the app for 24/7 virtual visits.
Game 2 of this 3-game set this weekend. Corey trying to give the Indians their 6th straight win and their 9th win in a row here at Progressive Field. As we welcome you back to center field after taking you around the ballpark today on Indians Live. He's Jensen Lewis. I'm Al Pulowski. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It was great. Really enjoyed it. A lot of great people out here today. It's going to be a sellout, I think.
Yeah, it's a packed house. Let's take you to our showstopper now and going back to last night. Jose Bautista, a walk-off grand slam for the Mets, and Jensen, his first ever walk-off home run.
Think about that. First ever career walk-off homer, and he gets it in grand style. The Mets, they seriously needed it. Again, a great start by Jake DeGrom. They get past the pesky Tampa Bay Rays, and the Mets, well, they at least put the Rays behind at that point. But I got to tell you, Bautista, a guy that didn't have a job before the season, he's found some footing here for the Metropolitans.
All right, Matt Underwood and Rick Manning have the call of the game today. Jackson versus Kluber, the Indians and the A's. That's happening right now, fellas.
All right, thanks a lot, Al and Jensen. Great job with Indians Live today, giving us a really great behind-the-scenes look at the ballpark on an absolutely spectacular day here at Progressive Field. Indians going for their 50th win of the year. They've won 5 in a row, and they lead Minnesota by 11.5 in the American League Central Division. It'll be Corey Kluber on the hill for the Tribe. Edwin Jackson will be going for Oakland. And should the Indians need to turn to the bullpen, it has been a much improved group of late. With more on that, with our Hear Right sounds of the game, here's Andre Knott.
Thank you very much, Matt. You know, you talk about the Indians bullpen. In April, they were the second best bullpen in baseball. Then Andrew Miller gets hurt. Then they had the worst ERA in all of baseball in the month of May. Now that we've made it to July, I felt it was a good time to ask Carl Willis what has changed in the bullpen to help propel this team to get back to their winning ways.
I think the obvious people to point towards, Neil Ramirez and Oliver Perez. You know, Oliver was a huge pickup for us. He's done a tremendous job against lefties for us, and actually handled himself very well against right-handers. You know, big out with Bonifacio the other night that saved us from having to go to Cody earlier in the game. But the other guys as well. I think, you know, with Andrew's absence, you know, everyone, you know, obviously you try to step up and fill that void. And it's a trap you can fall into. You still have to be yourself and pitch with your strengths and not try to be something that you're not. And that's not to say these guys can't pitch in that role, but certainly those two guys, I think, stepping up and calming things down. I think we've seen, you know, everyone else fall into place and pitch much better. Sometimes people look at the overall numbers and maybe that's not indicative of how well they pitched over the last 6 weeks, which I think all of them have pitched very, very well.
And it's a bullpen that, quite frankly, was a strength of this ball club a couple of years ago. It still is a strength, but the starting pitching has picked up the slack this year, and they have extended themselves and pushed themselves, and that really has been a big key.
That's one of the things you have to do when you're a Major League Baseball team, is to go through adversity during the course of a year. Everybody, or you're going to have different injuries at different times. All right, it happens to be Miller, one of your best relievers, or that bridge guy in that bullpen. They're trying to work their way through it. Now they're doing a better job, and he's down the road. He will be back, and hopefully when he does, they can hold the ship, and the starters have been outstanding. And speaking of outstanding starters, let's take a look at Corey Kluber. He is our Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher. Corey is now making his 19th start. He has a record of 12-4. Has done a wonderful job. He's coming off a win against Kansas City where he went 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, and that was win number 12. And he hasn't pitched against Oakland this year. Last year he was 1-0 in his 2 starts, and he's been outstanding against the Oakland A's in this ballpark.
Bob Melvin's starting lineup for the A's looks like this. Dustin Fowler leading it off. Mark Canha will hit second. Jed Lowry batting third, having a fantastic year. Chris Davis riding an 8-game hitting streak hits cleanup. Then it's Matt Olson. Stephen Piscotty bats sixth. Matt Chapman, Marcus Semien, and Jonathan Lucroy will bat ninth.
Take a look at the Dodge defense. It is Brantley in left, Allen in center, Naquin is over and right on the infield. Ramirez at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis at second, Alonso at first, and Gomes doing the catching.
Stu Sherwater has the plate. Merritt Cooper is at first. Gary Cedarstrom, the crew chief, down at second. Sean Barber is at third. Oakland had to make a roster move before today's game. They put outfielder Matt Joyce on the disabled list with a lumbar strain, and they called up Nick Martini from AAA Nashville. Second time Joyce has been on the DL with that same injury. The A's come in third best in the AL West, 10 games behind front-running Oakland. I'm sorry, 10 games behind front-running Houston. Houston has won 4 in a row. The A's, Seattle had their 8-game winning streak snapped last night. They've won 8 out of 10, 2.5 back of Houston. And then the A's, who are 48 and 40. It's been a surprisingly very good ball club this year that Oakland has put out. Not one that many pegged as being a true contender this year, but they put themselves in a pretty good spot as we approach the All-Star break. Now Corey Kluber winds it up. And his first pitch a little low to Dustin Fowler. Led off last night's game with a long home run to deep right field, 467 feet. Chops this foul. Fowler has been a much better hitter on the road than at the Coliseum in Oakland. He's batted .316 on the road, with 16 of his 19 runs batted in coming on the road. In off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. That'll even it up at 2-2. Last time out against Kansas City, Kluber gave up 3 runs in 6 innings of work, struck out 5. Just a bit outside, full count.
Went for a little cutter away that he missed with right there, trying to hit the outside part of the plate.
And a foul right back. Tenth home start of the year for Kluber. He's 7-1 with a 1.60 ERA here at Progressive Field. Slapped out of play.
Doing a nice job staying alive here, making Corey work.
Kluber's last start at home was a work of art. 7 innings, gave up just 1 hit, struck out 7 against the White Sox. The 3-2. Swung on and missed. Hey, struck him out with a good 4-seam fastball with some movement away.
Watch the movement on this pitch. You can see it running out there. It was off the plate. He got him to chase a ball at 95. So first guy up, he gets the out. In his last 2 games, the leadoff man has homered against Kluber, once in St. Louis and his last start at Kansas City. So he gets the strikeout here tonight.
Mark Canha. He's been swinging a hot bat for Oakland. 3 for 4 last night with a double and a run batted in. And over his last 14 games, hitting at a .364 average.
Corey last faced Oakland A's last July, almost a year ago, but it was in Oakland. He didn't factor into the decision, but he struck out 12 batters.
That'll find the seats. It's 1-2.
Another great crowd out here today. Wind blowing a little stronger than it was last night.
If it's not a sellout, we'll be very close to full capacity here again. Last night marked the 3rd sellout of the season. Crowd of 34,633. The 1-2. Upstairs with it. And the 2-2 is in the dirt. It's weird. You think warm summer breezes here at Progressive Field, and in your mind's eye you think of the wind blowing out, but that wind is clipping in straight in.
Yeah, comes in off the lake there from the north, it seems like, and it's a little cooler.
Wow, a rare walk by Corey Kluber. That is only the 14th walk in 119 2/3 innings of work this year.
Third for the Athletics, number 8, the second baseman, Jed Lowry.
Jed Lowry, 0 for 2 last night. He was hit by a pitch. He also drew a walk. Swings at the first pitch and pops it to right field, where Tyler Naquin comes running in to make the catch. You can see how the wind knocked that ball straight down.
You can certainly cheat in as an outfielder or a right fielder today, because if you get it up in the air, the wind's going to help you.
Number 2, Chris Davis.
There's our Kia drive to success with Corey Kluber. 12 wins. Only one behind Luis Severino of the Yankees.
That guy just keeps on rolling, doesn't he, Severino? He's got 13. They will be in town next weekend, Thursday through Sunday.
The last Indians pitcher to have 13 wins before the All-Star break was Gaylord Perry, when he had 15 victories in 1974 prior to the All-Star break. Checked, and it's a called strike. Chris Davis 1 for 4 last night.
Take a look at this pitch on our Nissan pitch tracker. Gets a gift right there, a little off the plate, but it's called a strike.
Davis struck out 3 times in his 4 at-bats last night. And he goes waving at that pitch, 1 and 2.
Yeah, as a hitter, if Kluber gets those pitches called tonight, it's going to be a tough day for a hitter. You don't want he can make you expand your zone normally. He doesn't need help.
Just threw the bat at it, and it's going to be a base hit down the right field line. On his way to third base is Canna. Naquin's throw cut off. A's at the corners with 2 down.
Well, you want to talk about a good piece of hitting right here. That ball would look like it was off the dish, especially the way he took. And watch his arms reach out for it. He's fooled by that pitch because he has nothing behind it. But the extension, he just flicked his wrist just to put it and play it. Now, this is a home run hitter, folks, that we talked about last night. He gives in now and takes that ball the other way. Really a nice job of hitting there by Chris Davis.
Gives him a hit in 9 straight games, and while he hasn't homered in quite a while, he has been at least giving himself opportunities to get on base. He has 4 doubles during his 9-game streak. And it gives a guy like this a chance to swing, and he is a guy that can hit it a long way, as he showed last night to straightaway center field for his 19th home run of the year. He leads American League first baseman in home runs with 19. He is second to Yonder Alonso of the Indians among American League first basemen in runs batted in. Alonso with 48 runs batted in, #1 among AL first basemen. Olsen right behind him with 45. 44 of those coming as a first baseman. He must have picked up 1 as a DH. In and out of the glove. Kluber gets ahead of him 1-2. Chance to put him away. And this big crowd wants to see an early strikeout to end the inning. Indians don't have a pure shift on, but Kipnis is shallow in right field. Lindor pretty much playing him straight up the middle behind the bag. He checked. Did not go around, and it's 2-2.
And we've told you yesterday, Oakland leading baseball with the .275 batting average with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. That's when they do a lot of their damage. We'll see if Corey can get out of this inning and put a 0 on the board in the first.
In the air, center field. Greg Allen will make the catch, and the A's strand a pair. The Indians are coming to bat.
Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher. He's 1-0. That win coming against the Indians in his last start. He went 6 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs allowed. He struck out 6, did not walk anybody, and he is 10-1 in his career against the Indians. And those 10 wins, that's consecutive. So he's on some kind of roll against the Tribe.
Francisco Lindor will lead it off for the Indians as usual. The Major League's leader in runs scored with 78. And a breaking ball hit up the middle. Lindor leads it off with a single. His 3rd hit in the series. The rest of Terry Francona's starting lineup brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Michael Brantley batting second, 9th in the league in batting average. Then Jose Ramirez, followed by Edwin Encarnacion, Yonder Alonso, and Jason Kipnis. Yan Gomes, Tyler Naquin, and the switch hitting Greg Allen bats 9th. So now Brantley. A's play him straight up defensively. Lindor has stolen 12 out of 15. Including a steal of home last night. It was part of a double steal.
They had 4 stolen bases in last night's ball game.
"41 of their last 43 stolen bases. Successful on 41 of their last 43 tries. That's some kind of run.
Well, yeah, from May 23rd to July 6th, they're stealing at a 95% rate. To start the year, they were 29 out of their from March 29th, the start of the season, till May 23rd, 25 of 37, which isn't too bad at 67%, but they've been on a roll.
Not many teams have 3 guys who can practically steal at will. Lindor, Ramirez, Rajai Davis. Close, but Frankie gets back.
You know, the way they've been hitting too at the top of the lineup, you can pick and choose your counts. You don't have to take off just to try and steal a base. You know, you get a hitter in a count, you let him go ahead and swing the bat.
Brantley shoots it to left field. That'll get down. It goes to the wall. Lindor into third. He'll be stopped there. Michael Brantley with his 23rd double of the year. The Indians have runners at second and third with nobody out.
And here they go again. They had 4 doubles last night. Michael just stayed on this baseball and put a good stroke on it going down the left field line. It's a slider out over the plate. Brantley gets his 23rd double, and I'll tell you, Canna played that ball well off the wall, and that's why Lindor had to hold up at third base. He was off and running. It came right back to him, but they are set up. Table is set. And the big boy's ready to drive him in.
Jose Ramirez off to a blistering start to July. In 5 games this month, he has 4 runs, 5 doubles, 6 runs batted in. Line to second, right into the glove of Jed Lowry, 1 away.
Let's check the A's defense behind Jackson this afternoon. It's going to be Canna out and left. Fowler is in center, and Piscotty over and right. On the infield, it's Chapman at third base. It'll be Semien at short. Lowry is at second, Olsen at first, Lucroy doing the catching. Jackson able to take a little sting out of the bat of Ramirez, making him reach for that pitch. Hit a little soft liner.
Edwin Encarnacion 2 for 2 last night. A double, 3 runs batted in. Here's a ground ball to short. That'll get a run home, and the Indians will take the lead. Edwin with RBI number 62. He began the day top 3 in the league in runs batted in. Brantley stayed at second base on the ground out. 1-0 Cleveland. Our storylines brought to you by Wayside Furniture. A couple of matchups to keep an eye on here this afternoon.
I'll tell you what, Edwin Jackson will take that. He'll give up the ground ball for 1 run if he can minimize the damage. When you have second and third, you're going to face Ramirez, Encarnacion, and now Alonso. Unless Alonso can get a 2-out base hit. And that run that Lindor scored is the 65th first inning run for the Indians this year.
Down and in, ball 1. Alonso has batted .300 on the year with runners in scoring position. Tardy on that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Jackson still able to reach back when he needs to. Swung on and missed. Went from the high speed, high octane to the off speed pitch.
That slider down and in, get you to swing over the top. He can bury it towards that back foot. He's always had a very good slider. And you can see it starts in off the plate and it's just going to keep running inside. That's been his bread and butter for years.
In off the plate, 2-2. Got a piece.
Yeah, barely. There's that slider again. Boy, it didn't look like he fouled
it. Sure didn't. No, you're right.
I mean, when you look at that on replay, it sounded like he did, but when you look at it, it doesn't look like he fouled it off.
I guess we need the super duper slow-mo camera to be able to see that one.
I just thought my eyes were going.
2-2 in the dirt. Full count. Indians grabbing the early lead. The most prolific first inning run scoring team in the American League this year.
Jackson doesn't have to give in here to Alonso. The first base is open, remember. So he's going to try and make a nasty pitch and see if he goes after it. I certainly do not expect to see a fastball on a good portion of the plate.
Popped him up on the infield. And the inning is over. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. 1-0 Cleveland.
Indians home screen icons and features like the MLB TV Game of the Day, in-game highlights, news, live radio broadcasts, and much more. Download MLB at Bat today.
Stephen Piscotty leads off for Oakland here in the second, takes a pitch up high, ball one. Fastball paints the outside corner that time. Broken bat, and Jason Kipnis will have an easy play. After the All-Star break, the Indians went to Oakland and ran into a red-hot Matt Chapman, Corey Kluber in particular, who hit 2 home runs off Kluber, and he also had a double. That's quite a day, especially when you can say, when you're in the rocking chair, yeah, I did that against the Cy Young Award winner.
Well, he sure did. A couple of cutters. We'll see how he goes at him today. Of course, Chapman has spent some time on the disabled list recently, just taken off the DL after we left Oakland last Sunday. They had Monday off and they played the Padres for a couple of days before coming here. As you mentioned last night, a tough road trip for the A's, because after they leave here, they go down to Houston. Is it for 4?
Yeah.
And then they go out back home, although they're playing in San Francisco, the Bay Area, and they'll finish with the Giants before the All-Star break.
Chapman lines that into right center field. Naquin cuts it off, but by the time he does, Chapman's going for 2, and the throw is not in time. So a 1-out double for Matt Chapman. That'll be his 13th of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's locked in against Kluber. He just must pick him up or something, but this is a good stroke going the other way. Let's see the pitch. It's that little cutter out over the plate. And he just stays on it and hits it hard, because it's a line drive over Kipnis' glove that almost hits the alley in right center field. He hustles in his 13th double of the year.
Tying run in scoring position for Marcus Semien. All Semien has done this year is bat .321 with runners in scoring position. Nice breaking ball in for a strike. Going into last night, since June 1st, Oakland was the best team in the majors with runners in scoring position. Nice scoop by Gomes, 2-1.
Yeah, that's a hard stat to stay consistent with all year long. Runners in scoring position, hitting with it. Because sometimes it seems like it comes and it goes.
To third, Ramirez short hopped it, and he has to throw across to retire Semien for out number 2.
I thought he caught it in the air.
I did too, to be honest with you, but I saw the umpire immediately signal no catch. So he must have just missed catching that off the line drive. now Jonathan Boocroy to the plate. In his last 34 games, he has 4 extra base hits. And hitting overall just .217 since May the 16th. To center field, and Greg Allen makes the catch. No runs, a hit, a man left. Middle of the second, 1-0 Cleveland. .77 degrees at game time, sunny skies. I mean, not a cloud in sight. Do have a pretty good breeze, though, blowing straight in from center, right center field at almost 20 miles an hour. Jason Kipnis leads off for Cleveland. Had an RBI single, walked a couple of times, stole a base. Pulls it foul, cracked the bat. Jason will get a new piece of lumber. Last 16 games, Kipnis has batted .315. 10 runs scored, 10 runs batted in. He left last night's game after his 6th plate appearance when he drew a walk. Tito replaced him with Eric Gonzalez as a pinch runner, and then he stayed in the game at second base. Tito said afterwards, Kipnis said, I felt a little something in his hamstrings, wanted to be cautious. But he reported back today, no ill effects, ready to go, back in the lineup. The 1-2. Bounced in front of the plate.
I'm going to send out birthday wishes to Agnes And Korski of Parma turning 100 today. Agnes, happy birthday to you. And Drew Rockwood of Union City, Pennsylvania is 88.
Up and away, full count. Swung out and missed. Jason might have helped him out. It was borderline up and away. First strikeout for Jackson. Let's go down to Andre Knott.
You know, after Edwin Jackson's start last week versus the Indians in the win, he kind of opened up a little bit about where he's at in his career. I thought you did a great job, Matt, just talking about all the teams that he's pitched for. He said he always had a great slider, but he didn't understand how to use his fastball. And Bob Melvin even said he has one that cuts, one that sinks, and a four-seamer that he can get up to about 96 miles an hour. But afterwards, Jackson was so happy with the win and where he's at. He basically said, I'm not playing for the money. I'm not playing for anything else but to come and have fun. I've been blessed in my career and have made enough money to have my family set. Now I'm just having fun, and I want to come out and be a part of a group and have something to bring to the table to this team. And here I am. He says that's all I'm trying to get across to these younger guys in this team is I love the game and I want to help them win.
Great way to play the game.
And you're talking about a guy who we often talk about late bloomers. When Edwin Jackson was in high school, he was an infielder. And then his senior year in high school, he decided to try center field. So he's an outfielder in high school who had pitched a couple of times. And it just happened to be, his mom tells the story, just happened to be at a game where some scouts were there looking at other players. Ball gets hit to center field. He throws a bullet to home plate on the fly right to home plate. Throws a guy out. Throws another guy out at third base. And the Dodgers drafted him in the 6th round.
Yeah. Hey, wait, we like that arm there.
Jackson recovers, but threw it in the dirt. Gomes going to try to go to second, and he will.
Nice heads-up base running there by Gomes to pick up the baseball once it got away from Olsen. He looked behind him, and he saw where the ball went, and he was able to get himself to second base.
Jackson recovered, and it looked like he had plenty of time to set and make a good throw. And I don't know if he rushed it or just made a bad throw.
He rushed it, and he spiked it. You know, I don't know if it's going to be a straight error or it's going to be a hit and an error, just a straight error. He did. He rushed it and spikes it. But Gomes does a really good job to get himself in scoring position. See, he sees the ball right now and knows that the first baseman was stretching for it, so he's going to continue to go to second base and get himself in scoring position on Jackson's error. Now that's the 58th error for Oakland, and they're third now in their last 10 games. They came in last night. They had one last night, and now one today. They started off poorly this year, being one of the worst fielding teams, but they got a lot better, and a couple errors in this series so far.
Yeah, they went into last night's game having committed just one error in their last 8 games. But Luke Roy with an early throwing error that led to a run. And now a throwing error here by Jackson as Yan Gomes in scoring position for Tyler Naquin. Naquin trying to find the stroke that he had going earlier in the year. Just 8 hits in his last 50 at-bats. But Tyler is one of 6 current Cleveland Indians batting .300 or better with runners in scoring position. And what Rick said before, it's something that's hard to sustain over the course of a season because that stat, when you hit with runners in scoring position, tends to come and go. But one way that you can sustain it as a team is to have multiple players who are excelling in those situations. So it's not always resting on the shoulders of 1 or 2 guys.
It's always nice if you can have them, and we split it up in quadrants of 3 with the 9 hitters. If you can have one in every, you know, 1 hitter and 1 through 3, and 1 from 4 to 6, and 1 from 7 to 9, and it doesn't matter who, just someone pick it up.
Yeah, if you have somebody hot in each third of your lineup, you're going to roll.
Or just get key hits, you know, and 2 out base hits go a long way. And I think that's what the Oakland A's are living on right now.
Jackson not giving Naquin any swinging room. It's 2-2.
God, not letting him extend, is he? But this has been the MO for Oakland against the Indians this year. Out there, they pitched him inside. I think a lot of it has to do with the guy behind the plate calling. You're not going to see him often. They're not in the same division. You only get to maybe see a starter once a year, twice tops.
Naquin tries to muscle it to center.
Look at that wind
but
kick.
Fowler makes the catch. 2 down. Edwin Jackson last lost a game against the Indians August 17, 2007. 07 was the last time he lost a game against the Indians. He was pitching for Tampa at the time, and he was so awful that day he gave up 2 runs. And they beat him 2-1.
How about that? Well, you see the best records against him, only 2 better. One that you know, I'm sure, with Pedro, and then Fisher, a lot of people don't know.
Greg Allen to right field. It's deep. Piscotty's back, and it's over his head. It'll one-hop the wall and plate Yan Gomes, and the Indians' lead is now 2-0. Well, that shows you that that wind is blowing in from center, but you might get a little ricochet effect on a ball hit straight to right field, because that carried well over the head of Piscotty. Not that Greg Allen didn't hit it well, but it didn't get knocked down one bit.
I'll tell you what, he did hit that ball very well, and that thing took off, and you make the error pay. So that may be an unearned run, but he found the little nitro zone of Allen. Down, in a little bit, that's his spot. And you can see Piscotty going back, and as he gets up there, he felt he was near the wall. So Allen with a big 2-out base hit makes it a 2-0 game. Good hit right there.
Greg had been 0 for 28 with runners in scoring position this year before that key 2-out RBI double. Francisco Lindor singled and scored his 79th run of the year in the first inning. Ground ball to first. Scooped by Olsen. Inning over. Through 2. It's Cleveland 2, Oakland nothing.
Bank Kids Fun Day. 3,000 kids 12 and under will receive a youth wristband set courtesy of MLB and Chevy. After the game, stick around for the kids. Get an opportunity to run the bases. That's Cleveland Clinic Children's. So get your tickets at Indians.com.
Dustin Fowler leads off for Oakland here in the third. Punches one into left field for a base hit. Third hit allowed by Kluber. And Oakland gets their leadoff man aboard for the first time.
That was a little floater right there, and I know the wind knocked that one down.
Mark Canha walked in the first inning, takes a strike.
Yeah, Canha's got 11 home runs. 9 have come off left-handed pitching.
And the 0-2 pitch gets away from him up high. Canha hitting .364 in his last 14 games, 4 homers, 12 runs batted in, 4 doubles as well. A little low. 2-2. Jed Lowry waits on deck. Oakland down 2 here in the third inning, trying to mount a comeback against Corey Kluber. Hits are even at 3 apiece, and a fly ball to center. Greg Allen drifting back onto the warning track, pulls it down. Canha is visibly upset. He thought he really clobbered that ball, I'm guessing. But the way that wind's blowing in today, you're just not going to get one to carry, especially if you hit it high in the air to center field.
If it's got any air underneath it, you're right. And you could tell by the way Allen was going back on that ball. He thought he might have hit it better than that. There he goes. He's just getting to the track. It was just at the start of the track. And you know, they're used to playing in a ballpark where at night the ball doesn't carry very well for them, but you're thinking daytime, and I hit it, I expect it to go out. For some strange reason, not today.
Now Jed Lowry, and he takes a strike. Fly to right, his first time up. Lowry over his last 19 games, batting .343, 7 doubles, 5 homers, 17 runs batted in. He has been a dynamo for the A's lineup.
He comes back with that backdoor breaking ball, just a little bit off the plate as Gomes sort of, you know, brings it in a little bit, but it's been consistently a strike for both sides.
Lowry pops one to left.
And that ball hooking to left.
2 down, and now let's go to Al Pawlowski with a game break.
All right, Matt, Rick, the Cincinnati Reds are red hot. They're Wrigley today, trying to win their 6th in a row. Helping them out is Eugenio Suarez. 3-run homer here, his 18th of the year. 66 runs batted in, leads the National League. The Reds now 14-4 in their last 18, fellas, and we will see them on Monday. They lead the Cubs by 3. Back to you.
They're playing great baseball, no doubt.
They're closing in on Pittsburgh to climb out of the cellar in the NL Central. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia 2-0 in the 4th, but the Pirates had lost 4 in a row. And if Cincinnati wins, they'd have 40 wins. That's how many the Pirates began the day with. Hit him.
Yes, it did.
Or did it get the bat? I guess it got the knob of the bat.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
So it got the bat and then ricocheted into Gomes for a foul ball.
It sounded like a thud. Take another look. Boy, it sure did.
Got Gomes on the bare hand.
What's the chances of that happening? You see how small of a target that little end of the bat is. But he didn't pull a hand off or say anything. So as a manager, you can't do anything. There's 2 outs, so he wants to swing the bat.
Popped it up center field. Allen makes the catch, and that wind continuing to play tricks on outfielders here today. Shane Bieber will go for the Tribe. Our coverage begins with Indians Live at 12:30. First pitch just after 1. Swinging the summer on Sports Time Ohio and Fox Sports Go, presented by Click It or Ticket. Frankie Montas originally supposed to start the series finale for Oakland tomorrow, but prior to the game they announced that left-hander Brett Anderson will make the start in place of Montas tomorrow. Michael Brantley slapped a double to left his first time up.
Yeah, he sure did. He set up that first inning. They had second and third and nobody out. Edwin Jackson minimized the damage and allowed the 1 run.
Pulls it foul. Mentioned last inning that Edwin Jackson was playing high school baseball as an outfielder, and that's how he was discovered, and the Dodgers made him a 6th round pick. And then that next spring, when he went to spring training, that's when they told him, you know, we think you'd be a good pitcher, and they converted him to a pitcher. They originally drafted him, you know, outfielder, because that's what he was playing in high school. Not sure they ever really envisioned him playing the outfield. It seemed like they had designs on him being a pitcher the whole time, and sure enough, first year in the organization, he's the Dodgers minor league pitcher of the year.
Must be a very good athlete if you can do that.
To make that
transition.
Change,
yeah, absolutely. You know, when you're going to a totally different position, not an easy thing to do. And I think that happens a lot in baseball, where scouts or organizations draft you at one spot. They may have you targeted for another one.
Well, he got to the big leagues in a hurry, the 2-2. So 0-2, he's the Dodgers minor league pitcher of the year. The next year he's pitching in the All-Star Futures game. And that September he made his major league debut on his 20th birthday, September 9th, 2003. Wow. And then the Odyssey, because we detailed that in his start against the Indians back in Oakland. Just a guy that's always been wanted, but never seems to stay very long. Brantley fouls out to Chapman, one away. Our great clip of the game from last night. Jose Ramirez, a 2-run double in the third. That put the Indians ahead for good. And another RBI hit in the 7th inning. So 3 runs on the driven in on the night. 59 for the year. That's tied for 5th most in the league.
Well, that bat he was using, he called Black Magic. That's the one he cracked with his last base hit there, that single. Drove in a run. He's got a new one. Andre, does he have a name for this?
I told him we should call it Caramel Delight. I don't think he understood the word caramel, though. We got to work.
How about the Wicked Wand?
Ooh, I like that. But I think he doesn't like getting too close to him after Black Magic broke last night.
Well, you got to find another one.
We'll find another one, and if this one doesn't work, I'm sure he'll be using somebody else's bats. I think he likes Greg Allen's bats so far, so he may go to those next.
Sure, Greg just got a hit with it. He'll probably take that one.
Right. Anybody that gets a hit, he looks at him.
No, he'll get rolling here. You got to give him a few at bats so it doesn't happen all at once.
Tied for 2nd in the league with 24 home runs. And a ground ball to first, backhanded by Olsen.
They may leave that in the bat box.
Edwin Encarnacion, RBI ground out, his first time up. 21 runs batted in now in his last 15 games.
Yeah, he's finding a way to get him in from third base. Last night, a couple of sacrifice flies, and then he hit a bullet into left field for an RBI today. All it took was a ground ball.
There's a high fly ball
today.
Center field, Fowler. Indians go in a hurry. Through 3, Cleveland 2, Oakland nothing.
Game 2 against the Yankees. Fans 21 and older can enjoy the pregame in the district presented by Miller Lite. Then after the game, there will be a rock concert, anthems, fireworks show presented by Marco's Pizza. All taking place over the weekend. Friday night. Series begins on Thursday. Heading into the All-Star break.
Matt Olson flied to center. His only time up in the first. Popped up.
Look at it push on a play.
He's there and makes the catch. Just shy of the railing for out number 1. Let's go down to Andre.
Thanks, Matt. You know, I talked to Corey Kluber after his last start in Kansas City, and I asked him the question, is it fair when he does not pitch well that instantly we go to he must be injured or something must be wrong? He laughed when I asked him in front of a bunch of other reporters, and he answered pretty politically correct. So the next day I asked him again, did he understand why I asked? He goes, yeah, I understand why you asked. He goes, is it fair? Probably not. He goes, but if that's the standard that I've got to live up to, that's the standard I have to live up to. He goes, I'm not playing for people to be worried about that one way or the other, but if that's what people believe, he goes, tell them I'm healthy. I just want to be the best pitcher I can be, and I want to win every time I take the ball. And he goes, that doesn't mean I'm not going to have moments where I'm not going to be perfect or where I'm going to throw balls. He goes, it's part of pitching. You got to always kind of go with the wind and play along with what happens to you as you go.
And there's a difference, too, between being injured and pitching where you're not feeling that great, because no pitcher, I don't care how great you are, from Nolan Ryan to Cy Young, you name any pitcher that's been one of the best in the business, at some point during the year, you're going to not feel all that great.
And Matt, he kind of said that to me. He says, I'm not going to go out all 30 sometimes and feel perfect, but my job is to make 30-plus starts, and I'm going to make them to the best of my ability.
Well, and part of the problem is because he has made it look so easy over the past few years, where he goes out there and it's effortless, you know, with no emotion. He goes out there and he just pinpoint command is the thing. And now you look at his last, I'd say maybe 3 starts, he hasn't had as good fastball command, and he's missed with pitches. But
tied up Piscotty, his second strikeout. And the strikeouts, Rick, I mean, strikeouts used to come in bunches for Kluber. This year, especially lately, not as many strikeouts, but that's a good thing in terms of efficiency, maybe trying to get deeper into games.
That doesn't bother me, the strikeouts. So if you can get pitches or outs on 3 pitches or less, terrific. His whole goal is let me get ahead, let me expand my strike zone. Bauer does that. Carrasco does that. Clevenger's starting to do that much more. I mean, this is a really fun starting staff to watch, and it's led by this guy right here. He anchors the whole thing.
Matt Chapman took a cutter off the outside part of the plate, doubled to right center with it. His first time up. Only extra base hit for Oakland on the day.
All right, case in point, 6 outs today for Corey on 3 pitches or less. He walked 1. He only has 2 strikeouts for him, but he's gone 9 starts this year where he hasn't walked a batter. And this is start number 19 for him.
Well, you want to get back to what Andre was talking about, the mentality we have because of the standard that Corey Kluber has set. He walked Mark Canha, the second batter of the game. My first reaction was, when's the last time he walked 2 guys in a game? Had to go all the way back to April.
Oh, I know it. It's crazy. I mean, sometimes, you know, how it takes starters to get going. His velocity was up in the first inning today. His breaking ball was harder than it normally is. His fastball had a little more movement. It's been a lot sharper today. Here's your second walk. You just talked about it. There it is.
Yeah, April 27th against Seattle here in Cleveland. He walked 3 batters in that game. He also struck out 10. In a 6-5 Indians win.
But you see, I don't mind him walking Chapman. He was 4 for 4 going into that at bat. There's certain guys that sometimes you want to walk.
I'm sure he was well aware of that.
Yes, indeed.
He was going to make him hit his pitch, and his pitch only.
And he hit a cutter the last time out. And you know what? Sometimes you have to try different things. For a guy like Chapman, and not many guys can do this to Corey Kluber, but you may have to go inside and change your pattern and bust him in a little bit more, because we showed you some at-bats he had against him last year. He looks really comfortable in the batter's box against Kluber.
Marcus Semien looks at another pitch down. It's 2-0. Matt Williams, third base coach for the A's, giving the signs to Chapman, as well as to Semien. This guy's done a nice job. Last 8 games, has 10 hits and 30 at bats. Hops this one up though, and Kluber should be out of the inning. Alonso squeezes it. 4 shutout frames for Kluber. 2-0 Cleveland.
By sharing a photo or video with hashtag Hats Off for Heroes. For each post, T-Mobile will donate $1 to support veterans.
Indians on top 2-0, bottom of the 4th inning. Yonder Alonso, Jason Kipnis, and Yan Gomes due up. Edwin Jackson has retired 4 straight since the Greg Allen RBI double, with 2 out in the 2nd inning, made it 2-0. And a chopper to second base. That was Semien with the shift on, who makes the play. And we'll check in with Gabriela Cruz.
Thanks, guys. Well, the Ohio Cup returns to Progressive Field on Monday as the Cleveland Indians take on the Cincinnati Reds, and we have got the real Ohio Cup in the house. So come take your selfie. All you got to do is get your tickets on Indians.com. There's that $15 district ticket presented by Pastime, Ohio. So get on it. We'll send it back over to Rick and Matt.
Thanks, Gabriella. The Cincinnati Reds will be in town on Monday. Mike Clevenger and Anthony DeSclafani will be the first matchup. All night games, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Trevor Bauer, Sal Romano, Carlos Carrasco will go in the finale for the Indians, looking for his 10th win of the year. So should be a lot of fun, especially with the Cincinnati club. That's, I mean, they're playing like a college football team with so much energy and enthusiasm right now. 1-1 pitch in for a strike, puts Kipnis in the hole.
The Indians playing well, Cincinnati playing well. Should be a good series.
In the dirt, 2-2. Just missed outside, and a full count. Isn't it amazing when you think about how many teams seem so desperate to find starting pitching? But Edwin Jackson could only get a minor league deal this offseason with the Washington Nationals as he walks Jason Kipnis. Now I know this is a short sample, and this is only his third start, but boy, he looks fresh. He looks like a guy that can still pitch and still help, and yet nobody was interested in the offseason.
And that's why players like that and their agents, they have an opt-out clause in their contract. And he had one June 1st. And if you're not at that big league level, you have an opportunity to go somewhere. And Oakland needed some starting pitching and took a chance with him. So, I mean, so far it pays dividends. He's been around. He's a pro. He knows how to do it. But you're right.
Wow, Sandy Alomar, he got a late look at that throw. Matt Olson made the grab, but Sandy looked up and said, oh, if he doesn't catch that, I'm going to be wearing it.
Wait about another hour and that sun's coming right into their eyes. I'll tell you what, he would have been in real trouble. You know what? He will not be behind the first baseman. Well, you're right. If he doesn't catch it, he gets it. He wears it. Look at Sandy. We mean that in a good way.
He's hearing it from everybody.
Well, yes. He's trying to concentrate on his move and help the base runner.
Right field with foul.
Kip stole a base last night, only his third on the year, but he had a tremendous jump where he took off before the pitcher even made a move. But Jackson, I think, does a little better job of holding the runners than Blackburn did.
That's Kipnis' third walk in the series, but for Edwin Jackson, it's the first walk he's issued in 16 innings now to start this year with Oakland.
Yeah, you get your pitch off, Jackson. You want to put it in play. Gomes had one right there. He's a little upset with himself. As you say, he cuts the fastball, he'll sink it, and he can ride it. And when he wants to get that little extra giddy up, that's the four-seamer. He can get up into the mid-90s, 95, 96, and I even think he had one at 97 already today.
He reached back that time, got it up to 94. Gomes forced Jackson into a miscue of his own in the second inning. He misplayed a comebacker, and then in his haste to try and recover and throw Gomes out, he spiked the throw to first. Gomes wound up at second and then scored on the RBI double by Greg Allen. Bounced it in there.
Remember that Cincinnati 5-0 lead we were talking about? It's now 7-7. In the bottom of the 8th in Chicago. Chicago's got a couple guys on.
Yeah, you can have those days if it's blowing there like it is here.
If it's blowing out at there.
Remember, we were talking about a game just recently at Wrigley, and it was I think both teams were in double figures, and I'm not sure there was a home run hit in that game. It was. Remember, we were marveling at whatever the case was. 2-2 swing and a miss, and that's outnumbered, or a second strikeout for Jackson, out number 2 in the inning.
That was the Minnesota Twins in the Cubs game where they had in the heat. Remember all the guys? They had 3 guys from Minnesota that had to leave the game early. That was the game that when we were in Oakland last Saturday, I believe, when they had all those runs scored.
What was it, 10-10 or something? 11-10.
Got up to that, yeah, 11-11, I think. At one time.
But there weren't a lot of home runs, if any.
I don't think there were any.
Not at least for the Cubs. The Twins might have hit 1 or 2, but it was a strange game.
And that was Rosario, I think, hit the home run.
That was it. Now, 1 home run hit in that game.
No heads up today, Andre.
Today in that game, Javier Baez homer for the Cubs, and Eugenio Suarez, as you saw earlier, homered for Cincinnati, but that's been it home run wise in a 7-7 game. Tyler Naquin with 2 down here in the 4th.
Close.
He went too far, says Sean Barber down at 3rd.
Yeah, it looked like it. He asked for help quickly, and you'll see from the side, yes, he does. Well, that's what happens when they continue to stay inside on you. You figure you got to get it started, and sometimes when it's not in that zone you're looking for, it's tough to hold up.
Up and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Greg Allen waiting on deck. Two balls and 2 strikes. He went around, strikes him out. 3 Ks for Jackson on the day. Through 4, it's Cleveland 2, Oakland nothing. the perfect getaway vehicle. Visit KiaDealers.com to learn more. And by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. Little Ohio City burrito for a mid-game snack. Nothing wrong with that. Jonathan Lucroy leads off the 5th inning, takes ball 1. Fly to center is only time up, 0 for 5 so far in the series. Fly ball center field.
Take that all day long. He did it last time as well.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick.
That run differential. You know what's interesting? Look at the Seattle Mariners. With their record, they're only plus 19. And their record has been outstanding with 1-run games. I mean, you look at Houston, they're out of this world at 180, but plus 19, and they have a record that Seattle has 58 wins. That's pretty, or 56. That's pretty interesting.
Dustin Fowler 1 for 2. He singled in the 3rd inning. And he sends a sky-high pop. Shallow center. In comes Greg Allen. Still running in. Makes the catch. 2 down. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Oak & Oak. Matt Joyce placed on the DL before the game today for Oakland for the 2nd time with a back issue. Brett Suter down for the Milwaukee Brewers.
The Brewers continue to lead that division, 2.5 over the Cubs.
Back out of play.
Well, for Corey Kluber, first time through the lineup, he threw 38 pitches. Second time through, 31. And both times, only 1 hit allowed. No, I'm sorry, they had two hits the first time through and 1 hit the second time.
Kluber gets ahead of Canna, 0-2. Trying to retire the side in order for the first time this afternoon. Outside with a fastball. Boston, the first team in the majors to 60 wins this year. And the Houston Astros can get to 60 if they beat the White Sox, which they are beating the White Sox this afternoon. 4-1 Houston in the 5th at home against Chicago. Now the 1-2. Broke his bat. Kluber has it. He'll take it himself. And the A's are retired in order for the first time this afternoon. We're halfway through and the Indians lead 2-0. at the ballpark. Francisco Lindor with his major league leading 79 runs scored in the first. Yan Gomes came around on Greg Allen's first hit this year with a runner in scoring position to make it 2-0 in the second. And now Greg Allen will lead off the home half of the fifth. Edwin Jackson delivers outside ball one. Allen showing bunt, maybe just for show.
Well, Allen caught a down and in fastball for a double. It really cut through the wind in his first at bat. Short hopped the wall and right. Got over the head of Piscotty. Changeup.
It was low, 2-0. Up and away. Cubs went on to beat the Reds 8-7 at Wrigley. Jackson finds the strike zone with a fastball outside corner, and it's 3-1. And Greg Allen with a leadoff walk. The only other time the Indians had their leadoff man aboard was the first, when Francisco Lindor came around to score on an Edwin Encarnacion ground out. That made it 1-0. The other run for the Indians came in the second, when Greg Allen delivered the RBI double that plated Yan Gomes. Mid-game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Now Lindor. Who now has 106 hits this year. He began the day 5th in the league in hits. Tied with Gene Segura with 36 multi-hit games, most in the AL.
Jackson, that's what he did that first time. A little quick pitch to Lindor. He'll come set and hold the runner. He'll throw to first. But that first time he came set and went right to the plate.
Lindor pulls it foul.
Heads up. He was ready for that one.
He scored in 7 straight. That's the longest current streak. 8 times he scored 3 or more.
Wow, that's impressive. That means you're getting out a lot and coming home. But then again, when you get the multiple hit games that he has and the extra base hits that he gets, the home runs that he can hit, he helps score himself quite often.
Threw the bat at it and pops it straight up. And it's the second baseman, Lowry. 1 away. And that'll bring up Michael Brantley. Brantley doubled in the first. Fouled out in the third. Michael with a 7-game hitting streak. And one of the top 5 home batting averages in the American League. Came in hitting .355 here at Progressive Field.
Yeah, the Indians as a team coming in 284 at home compared to a 230 road average. 62 homers here, 57 on the road. And that's the difference for Oakland. They're on the road. They go out and they hammer the baseball and hit home runs. They have 74 on the road.
Bob Melvin, his club, in the second game of a 10-game road trip, and we'll take them to the All-Star break. And what could be a very telling trip for their immediate future when you consider it, they go into the break with 3 against the Giants, and then they come out of the break with 3 against the Giants.
Yeah, back in Oakland, right?
And then, you know, a couple weeks, well, less than that to the trading deadline. Who knows what the A's might do? True. A lot of it might depend on how they fare the next week and a half.
The rest of this series and that next one with Houston, who's leading the division that they've really struggled against, is going to have something to say about that. Yeah. 1-8 against them this year.
Right now, Michael Brantley trying to electrify this Saturday afternoon crowd. Foul out of play. As you look out among the patrons, many of them, especially in the bleachers, are wearing the Jose Ramirez jersey.
Sure they are. You can tell. Look at them all.
Look at all the white jerseys.
Ones. I'm surprised they're not situated where they spell out Jose out there.
Now that would be.
Yeah, we need to orchestrate that.
What you mean we?
Well, I'm talking about Andre. He's out there. He's a man of the people.
He's like the Pied Piper.
Thought you were going to say orchestra again. 2
orchestra.
days in a row. I was just about to ask you.
No, I dropped that. I let that go last night, my friend.
Greg Allen takes off. He's got himself a stolen base. That's 6 in 6 tries this year.
Well, and that's 42 out of 44 for the Indians. Since May 23rd, they have been on a tear and a very good jump, and they've run ragged on Lucroy. He hasn't been close.
And a full count for Brantley with Jose Ramirez on deck. Oh, baby. Liftoff. Brantley to deep right field, and it is caught at the wall by Piscotty. And tagging going to third is Allen, 2 down.
Wind killed that.
My
baseball.
goodness.
That ball should have been 10 to 15 rows up. You can't hit it any better than Michael did right there. It wasn't a liner. It had a little hang time to it, and the wind just knocked it down. Watch where Piscotty catches this ball. I'm telling you, I thought it was way out of here. And he's still got a couple of steps before the wall. That's unbelievable. That's the wrong time to hit that one. You're going to have to hit a liner. He smoked it.
I thought maybe because he hit it toward the right field, you know, where you've got the 2 decks, that maybe it would not, the wind would be not affecting it as much there as they intentionally walk Jose Ramirez.
Andre, if you see him down there and he gets down to the end, ask him how well he hit that ball. He smoked it. If he even tells you.
Well, you can kind of tell by Lindor's reaction to him.
Well, you can tell how he talked to Kluber. He actually got Kluber to smile over here and laugh at him.
Did he?
I'm asking and I'm getting yelled at, but I want StatCast on that. Seriously, I want to know the StatCast on that.
Get the wind knocking it down.
I'm going to get docked payment for asking, but I got to know.
We'll pay your fine. Edwin, an RBI ground out in the first. He's got a chance here with 2 down. Look out, that nailed the camera, I think. Did I hit the camera right on the...
Not even see
Oh, it sure did. Ah, that's going to leave a mark.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. That is expensive right there. Whoops.
Is that the visiting show? Oh, that's a shame. Wow.
Oof. I lost the ball off the bat.
There's glass shards down there.
Careful, Andre. Put your shoes back on.
Now, see, you've done something like that when we were kids. Everybody'd be running right now.
Yes. Trying to get home.
Who broke my window? Edwin did it. I'm sure it's not the first window he's broken with a baseball in his life.
See if Hosey tries to steal. He's been on a tear running as well.
He's off and running. The ball's in the dirt. No chance. 19th stolen base of the year for Ramirez. All right, let's take another look at the Michael Brantley fly ball on StatCast, powered by AWS. 103 off the bat. That's usually a home run.
Well, yeah, but it's a hang time. It's almost 6 seconds, and that ball got too high, and that wind just pushed it down.
Now, what was the catch probability?
Oh, boy. I don't know.
0% is what it should be, because that should have been a home run.
Well, a fan caught it. Piscotty's a fan today.
He would have been a fan if he would have caught it any other day.
Yeah, I agree.
19 steals for Ramirez, by the way, third most in the American League, as Edwin looks at a pitch down low. 2-1. This is the definition of making a pitcher work. By Greg Allen getting on, stealing a base, he's had to go through Lindor. He's had to have a tough at bat with Brantley, even though he retired both of them. Passes on Ramirez. Now he's having to work hard with Edwin, even though he's got a base open. And that missed up high.
First swing that Edwin Encarnacion put on the baseball may have scared Edwin Jackson. He's being a little careful now with first base open here.
Talking about the one that broke the window?
Yeah. Yes.
Scared more than Edwin Jackson. Popped him up foul. This should find its way into the seats, and it will. Two nothing. Bottom of the fifth. It's a key spot here. Edwin Jackson can keep the A's in it. Or Edwin Encarnacion can give the Indians a little breathing room. And the 3-2 pitch is pulled foul.
The second inning run was a 2-out double by Allen. Boy, this could go a long way, especially with Kluber on the mound. Get him to his magic number.
Yeah, not that Jackson wants to walk Edwin, but he doesn't have to throw him a strike if he doesn't want to, right, with the base open.
Yeah, he can try and make his perfect pitch. You know, and as a pitcher, you don't have to get a good part of that plate, and then you go to your next guy. He's been able to retire Alonso pretty easily today.
21st pitch of the inning, and it's low. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
And all three have come on the walk in this inning. He didn't walk a batter in his first 2.5 starts till he walked Kipnis last inning, and then 3 in this inning.
Scott Emerson's going to go for a talk.
There's the bases loaded with the Indians. Something that they have been.
Almost a 400 team batting average, which is just astounding, really. 397 as a club. And they have hit 8 grand slams. 10 doubles. Yonder Alonso will be the batter. He's already hit 2 grand slams this year.
Well, and this has been the toughest inning for Edwin Jackson today.
Yasmero Petit getting loose for Oakland.
He still has only given up 3 hits, although he's given up that many walks in this inning. So a 2-out base hit here, boy, can carry the Indians a long way.
But he pops him up. And that will end the inning. The Indians leave him loaded on walks. And we'll go to the 6th. Still 2-0 Cleveland.
The ice cream.
Sweet Moses.
You betcha. That looks good.
The Turtle Sundae I highly recommend, by the way. The Hot Fudge Sundae, excellent. Or you just go straight cone. Corey Kluber goes to work, 6th inning. 76 pitches on the day. 46 of those have been strikes. 9 outs so far on 3 pitches or less. There's the efficiency. Jed Lowry 0 for 2. Lowry 14 homers on the year. This is an Oakland club that can hit some home runs. There's no question about that. Chris Davis has 20. Matt Olson has 19. Even Dustin Fowler, who has 6 yesterday, hit one as far as you're going to see.
Yeah, they're 4th in the league, Matt. They have 116 homers. They certainly can. You make a mistake, they can hurt you. But today you got to go with the elements. As long as they're not line drives.
I talked to Matt Williams before the game. He's the Oakland third base coach now. Hit almost 400 home runs in his career. And he could hit them as far as anybody back in his day. One magical season with the Indians in 1997. And, you know, he has his own thoughts and his own theories. We'll hear from him in a second. But, you know, this is a day and age where more attention is being paid to how hitters are approaching the baseball because of the buzzwords that we're hearing. Launch angle, exit velocity. Good pitch. Didn't get called. Full count. And on a day like today, even if you might hit it with the right launch angle and exit velocity, the wind might knock it down.
That's true.
The 3-2. Chopped in the hole. Oh, and it goes off the glove of Alonso, and it goes by Kipnis. And so Lowry is aboard on a leadoff single, and it's going to bring up Chris Davis, who is really the A's most prolific home run hitter. Let's hear what Matt Williams thinks about launch angle in today's game.
I firmly believe that you create launch angle by how you strike the baseball. And to hit homers, I believe you need to create backspin, and there's one way to do that, and that's to get the right angle of the bat on the baseball at the right time within the swing. Is that launch angle? I don't know. I don't know if that is. I know that I would have a very difficult time in today's game because they'd stack 3 guys on the left side of the infield, and I would be frustrated. So I may have to change as well, just like everybody else has. So it's a different game today, for sure. And guys that hit 250, 260 are very good players in today's game because of all the defensive alignments we have.
It's an interesting way of looking at it, though.
It is.
He said to me prior to that, Arch, you know, 300 hitters, I don't know how many more 300 hitters we're going to see. You know, I'm talking about for a whole season. It's getting more and more difficult because of the specialty defenses, and bullpen arms, and everything all combined.
Yeah, we could get into that and talk for hours when you talk, you know, launch angle, how those are the new buzzwords now, you know, and defensive shifts. Hitters try to, you know, they don't give in when you get to 2 strikes. They don't change their approach. They swing and they try to beat it every time they, you know, through the air, I guess.
Oh, Chris Davis comes up empty. He was swinging for the fences for sure, and that's 3 Ks for Kluber, 1 down here in the 6th inning. Take another look at how Kluber attacked Davis.
Number 28, Matt Olson.
Well, you get breaking ball, and a fastball.
I like what he said about, you know, and again, we're talking about a guy who hit a lot of home runs in his day, creating launch angle by backspinning the baseball, not necessarily swinging. I think there's this misconception in it. To create launch angle, you have to swing up.
Oh, double play. Beautiful.
Lindor to Ramirez, back to Alonso, and that'll end the inning. Corey Kluber gets a 2-for-1 ball. And we go to the bottom of the 6th with the Indians up 2-0. It's the Ohio Cup, and on Wednesday we got a great ticket offer. You get a free t-shirt with your ticket purchase. You can rep whichever side you want to root for, the Land, the Natty, Medium or XL t-shirts available. Get your tickets for Wednesday's game against the Reds at Indians.com/Ohio Cup.
I remember when we first started that Ohio Cup, we used to get Cincinnati a lot on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Recently, we've been having to play them during the middle of the week. You know, we went 2-2. This time it's 3-3, and we still don't get a weekend.
Jason Kipnis struck out in the second. He walked in the fourth. Edwin Jackson has been able to bob and weave around a few walks. But once again, he's pitched very effectively now into the sixth inning for Oakland. They're having a tough time getting together, so Jason Kipnis steps out. Oh, fouled that off the foot.
That one went off his back knee. We thought it was a foot. Unbelievable.
And a ground ball to second base, where Jed Lowry will throw him out, one down. Mentioned before, the last time the Indians beat Edwin Jackson, his only loss in his career against the Indians was August 17, 2007. He was with Tampa Bay at the time. Jan Gomes with a line drive right at Piscotty, 2 down. The only players in that game that we think are still active are Victor Martinez, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Ben Zobrist, who was with the Rays.
Wow.
What's interesting is that Melvin Upton played in that game for Tampa, and he was with the Indians this spring, remember?
Yes, he was. I do remember that for a short time. Well, he has stayed tight all day to Tyler Naquin, has not given him much swinging room at all.
Buchter getting loose in the Oakland pen. Ryan Buchter is the only lefty in the Oakland bullpen. Naquin with a smash into right field. And at 2-out base hit will bring up Greg Allen, and quite possibly the last hitter of the day for Jackson. Down to Andre.
I love with all the launch angle conversations that we have that we forget about the stolen base. Last night Bob Melvin said not only do they got to worry about their top 4 hitters, but they're aggressive on the base path. He felt like the game was changed because the Indians were able to steal bases the way they were stolen. I told Tito that today, and he smiled and he says that's what he wants his team to be. If you go back 2 years ago when Mike Napoli was taking extra bases, he thought when Edwin was taking bases last night, that's who he wants his Indians team to be. He's fine with the home runs, but he likes the aggressive nature that he's getting from Ramirez and the other guys that have been able to steal bases over the last month and a half.
Yeah, that keeps the pressure on the defense. And then you can pound them into submission. You know, when you start running the bases, and you know what it is? It's going first to third, it's going second to home. You know, 2 bases at a time, being aggressive.
And you guys know this. Tito has always said if there's an identity he wants of his team, he wants an aggressive team on the base paths. Not the team that goes and runs haphazardly, but a team that goes and puts pressure on the defense, and that's what he's been seeing over the last few weeks.
Well, this is an outfield that you can run on. They have 7 outfield assists, second lowest in all of baseball. So, you know, you can be aggressive against this outfield.
But, Rick, don't we see that more and more in baseball, period? You've said that. I've heard you say that to Matt for years now, that there's not a lot of great arms in the outfield.
That's true, but there's some you can really try and take advantage of, and you're going to make them throw you out, and this is one of them.
Well, even Tyler Naquin on the play he made at second base last night, he said, I haven't thrown a guy out at second in a while. He goes, I know I've got the arm, but I got to make better throws. Well, is what Tyler Naquin
well,
said.
That's okay. He can make better throws. That guy should have slid last night. He went in standing up.
Oh, a smash in the left by Greg Allen. And Naquin will stop at second base. So back-to-back singles at the bottom of the order brings to an end the day of Edwin Jackson. Allen now 2 for 2 on the afternoon.
Well, they're doing it with 2 outs. That ball stayed up this time, and Allen put a good swing on it to stay the other way and gets it under the glove of Chapman at third. So Bob Melvin saying, all right, thank you very much.
Yeah, he does not want Jackson going through this lineup for a 4th time around, not with Francisco Lindor coming up.
Still just it's still a 2-run game if they can keep it there. They have 2 on, and Jackson will depart.
After 98 pitches, Edwin Jackson is out. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made for left-hander Ryan Buchter, and we'll be right back. And Ramirez became the first Indians teammates ever to have 50 extra base hits each before the All-Star break. And they're on a very select list of teammates to ever do it.
Well, they sure are. That's very impressive. 3 pairs did it in 2003. The last to do it in 2004 until Lindor and Ramirez.
Ryan Buchter to face Lindor, who is 1 for 3. He'll turn around and bat right-handed.
You know, and the funny thing, they bring in the left-hander, and I understand why they want to go to that bullpen, but Lindor's hitting 380 from this side of the plate.
Oh, he smokes that foul. Whew. Whooped, right field, trouble. That's going to get down. Coming around third, Allen's going to score. Naquin's going to score. Allen got held at third, and Lindor, trying to stretch it, is called out, and he immediately signals to the dugout, thinking that maybe he eluded the tag and was safe. We'll see what the Indians decide to do, if there is opportunity for a challenge here.
I don't know about that. Don't know. I mean, we've seen him do it before with that old swim move where you give and take. But it's hard to see. And he was, I mean, it wasn't a smart decision to go to second base because it was shallow and the right fielder could see it.
No challenge.
Piscotty just comes up throwing, and I mean, it was an easy throw. He didn't have to get anything on it. It beats him by plenty. So the inning is over, but they do get a run.
Yeah, one run comes home. Naquin scores, and it's 3-0 Cleveland. Has a 3-0 lead as he pitches into the 7th inning. Bullpen is quiet. 88th pitch of the afternoon for Kluber is swung on and missed by Stephen Piscotty, who is 0 for 2. Piscotty 2 for 15 against Indians pitching on the year.
For Kluber today, on his 18 outs, 12 have come on 3 pitches or less.
The 1-2 offering. Grounded right at the third baseman, Ramirez. Throws him out, one down. Let's go to Andre.
When we started the game today, fellas, we talked about the bullpen, and we talked about Andrew Miller and what things changed with the bullpen when he went out in April. But today, a great sight for all of us. There's Andrew Miller on the mound, throwing a couple pitches. He threw 31 pitches on Wednesday, threw about 31 again today as well. Now, he's throwing about 15 sitting down, then throwing about 15, 16 more. Now, Tito told us yesterday, we will not most likely see Andrew Miller before the All-Star break comes. But this is a site that they wanted to see, and they hope maybe in the next 2 weeks they can try to get him on the mound that you see Corey Kluber on right now, face a few hitters before the All-Star break or going into the All-Star break, and they're keeping their fingers crossed that he continues going in an uphill way of things where he feels good, and maybe a little bit after the All-Star break, Andrew Miller can return.
Thank you, Andre. Look forward to that for sure. As long as things keep trending in the positive direction, and everybody is encouraged.
Yeah, there sure is. I mean, when you look at the Indians, they have 11.5 game lead. So, I mean, that's one reason why you don't really have to rush him back. You can make sure he's going to be ready when he does come back.
Because when you get him back, you want him to stay back.
He has to stay for the rest of the year. Absolutely. That's the whole point of it. I think why Tito said, hey, look, he's not coming back till he's ready this time. And you know, he's going to have to pitch a good solid month before he can get geared up.
The one thing Tito has said, their goal is to get him on a run and feel good about himself so he can be the weapon. Remember that phrase?
Yeah.
He wants the Andrew Miller the weapon, not a guy that you worry about, not a guy that's worrying about his leg. He wants him a weapon going into October.
3-1 pitch to Chapman and a ground ball single in the left field. So this guy, for whatever reason, has Corey Kluber's number.
Yes, he does. He's remarkable, man. You know, you don't see many right-handers that can put up the swings. And I mean, Corey's buzzed him. He pitched him up and in. He walked him the time before that, and he laid off his pitches. There's that cutter again. But he leaves it up, and he takes advantage of it. Gets a base hit this time. So he's 2 for 2. And this is an Oakland team. We told you they score with 2 outs. They can hit home runs, but they're really good late in the ball game. From the 7th inning and on, they have scored 152 runs, which is you know, one of the best in baseball. They're the best in the 8th inning when they score, and they scored you know, 253 runs through their first 6 innings this year. So late in the ball games, that's one reason why Bob Melvin's teams have played so well, and that's why they come back.
Weak ground ball to second. Kipnis will go to first, get the out there, 2 down. Well, Corey Kluber he's been very good. He hasn't maybe been overpowering and dominant like we have seen him at times this year and throughout his career. But here it is. You're 1 out away from 7 innings of shutout baseball. He's given up 5 hits, 2 walks. But when it's mattered, he's held Oakland to 1 for 11 when they've had a man on base. That's all that matters.
I take 7 innings, no runs every day, every game. See, that's what we were talking about earlier. When people see Kluber, they expect perfection. You know, here he is, and here's the one thing we'll talk about. 100 pitches. Today he's at 61% strikes. On a normal basis, he's usually 67 to 70% strikes. But you know, he navigates it. Oh, by the way, he's walked 2 today, the first time since April. But it was Chapman was 1, and he walked 1 in the first inning. But it's a day at the office for him, man. I love watching Kluber Day when he comes out. It doesn't matter what he does. I love to watch it. The control, the command, the way he's like a surgeon. attacking the strike zone.
The 0-2 pitch in the air, center field. Greg Allen going back, still going back, makes the over-the-shoulder catch, and the inning is over. 7 shutout innings for Corey Kluber, and the Indians' lead is 3-0. Local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. 3-0 Indians on top. Haven't heard the attendance, but it looks like a near capacity crowd here this afternoon. Michael Brantley 1 for 3 with a double. Flied to deep right. His last time up. Corey Kluber's day may be over. Just over 100 pitches. Action in the Cleveland bullpen. Buchter spins Brantley out of the way. Neil Ramirez getting loose. Shallow center. Long run in for Fowler. He's there. 1 down.
Well, the New York Yankees will be in town for a 4-game series. That'll start Thursday night. 12,500 fans will receive a Carlos Carrasco Players Weekend bobblehead. That'll be courtesy of KeyBank. They'll be providing fans with exclusive experiences and giveaways throughout the series as part of KeyBank Hassle-Free Weekend. That'll take us into the All-Star break.
Carrasco made his return to the rotation last night. Ramirez bunts one up foul.
They're probably saying, thank you, Hosey. They'll take just a little infield single from you, a bunt if you can get it down.
Carrasco went 5 1/3, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out 7 last night. Gave up a couple of solo homers early, but then settled down.
Still looked good to have him out there, didn't it? I mean, he came back. Velocity was good after he got his feet wet for a couple innings.
Ramirez lined out in the first inning, grounded out in the third. They intentionally walked him. He stole a base in the 5th. And a foul back. Stays 1-2. Jose Ramirez trying to give those who came today and got a Jose Ramirez jersey when they walked through the gates something to remember this day by. Ground ball hit to third. Chapman slings it over. 2 down. And it'll bring up Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin, 21 runs batted in now in his last 15 games.
And he hasn't been on one of his home run tears doing that either, you know. He's getting the job done. Sometimes he's expanding his strike zone. He's hit a couple of sacrifice flies to go along with a base hit last night to get his 3 RBI.
The sacrifice fly is it's a love-hate part of baseball. You'd rather see a hit and keep the inning rolling. You'd rather see a double up the alley and score runs that way.
Yeah.
But when you don't convert on a sac fly, when you say pop one up on the infield or strike out, and you don't get that run home from third, everybody loses their mind. How can you not get that fly ball? It seems so easy, when in reality, a guy like Edwin makes you realize how much skill it takes just to get that fly ball to the outfield.
I used to love to be a sacrifice fly, man, because that's, to me, it's a free at bat. When you get a guy on third and less than 2 out, you're not forced to get a base hit to get a run home. You can also drive the ball deep enough, you know, depending if a guy can run a little bit. That little things like that are the things that keep an offense going. You're right. If you don't succeed, it could drag you down a little bit, and especially when you're trying to score runs.
Edwin grounds to third, and the Tribe goes 1-2-3. We head to the 8th. It's still 3-0 Cleveland. Looks like Kluber's day is over.
6th straight. Corey Kluber in line for the win if things stay right how they are. Welcome back to center field along with Jensen Lewis, Al Pulowski. Kluber today, Jensen, 7 shutout innings.
I don't know what else you want. I mean, if that's as bad as he's going to pitch while shutting out the other team, we'll take it. Some rust, some mislocations today, but boy, oh boy, keep the other team from scoring. We'll take that every day.
We'll go a little deeper on Kluber and more coming up on Indians Live after the game, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Boy, guys, it is still windy out here in center field as we send it back to Matt and Rick.
Now I'll send you some hairspray out there.
Thank you. I could use.
You know what, guys? Actually, with him moving around today, the product worked well that he had.
Yeah, it looked good on the air.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. But Arch, I want some of your hairspray. That's even better.
Your head won't move.
That's true. It'll stay in one spot.
Neil Ramirez on for the 22nd time this year. He's got the top of the order to deal with, and that means Dustin Fowler, Mark Canha, Jed Lowry. Kluber went 7 shutout, and if the bullpen can nail it down, he'll be the first Indians pitcher since Gaylord Perry in 1974 to have 13 wins before the All-Star break. You saw Eric Gonzalez taking over at second base for Jason Kipnis. Fowler takes a strike. It's 2-1. Pulls it foul. And a high pop right field near the line. Naquin, no sir. Foul out of play. Now the 2-2. Swung on and missed, and Neil Ramirez strikes him out. 1 away. We go down to Andre Knott.
Well, as we watch Neil Ramirez and learn more about him, last night I learned maybe the best thing about him. Remember you guys used to do stories about Albert Bell, and after the games he would go in and write down in a notebook what pitchers threw to him and how guys tried to attack to him. Well, Neil was frustrated with how he pitched last night. Wasn't happy that he couldn't get his slider down, couldn't get his fastball down. So I walked over to him, and he was in his locker, and he takes notes on every pitch he threw before he showers or does anything else. He likes to write down everything he does or did, and then he wrote down, got to get my lower half down low quicker to get the ball down. One of the things he does to try to get better every single day is take notes every single time he comes into a game.
Yeah, while it's fresh in your mind. Good for him. Well, and he's one of the guys that has separated himself to pitch in this 7th and 8th inning for this ball club, where they were looking for so long. So trying to make the most of an opportunity.
The 2-0. Well, I thought Carl Willis was pretty succinct when he told Andre before the game, did that ball catch Yan Gomes in a weird spot?
I don't know. Something's hurt. Yeah, it had to. Yep, in that glove hand. He took the glove off. Something got him. Unless it's a bone bruise or something that he had and he was standing.
Looks like he's holding his forearm or his elbow, maybe. Watch the bat come back and conk.
Oh, that got him. All right, looked like in the elbow.
Yep, sure did.
Well, we see that a lot where sometimes the extension hitter will let go of the bat, they get conked on the head, but this one caught an elbow.
Yeah.
Might have made his hand go numb a little bit. Okay, hold on. Let's put the glove back on and try it again.
Yeah.
Boy, it's a tough way to go every day behind the dish. Foul tips, bats hit you.
And a strike call, 96 on the inside edge. And it's 2-2.
This is a low dart on the inside part of the plate. It looks like it's moving in. Good pitch.
Base hit left field. Anyway, I was saying before Jan got dinged on that backswing by Cano that Carl Willis kind of succinctly told Andre before the game that Ramirez and Perez have done a great job to settle down the bullpen. And I think in a roundabout way, what he was getting at was that when Andrew Miller went down, other guys maybe unknowingly try to do too much. And he said the key is to just continue to be who you are and pitch to your strengths. And if you try to maybe go outside of that, that's when maybe you either get into bad habits or things snowball in the wrong direction.
Don't you think that's human instinct?
Yeah, sure.
I want to do more. I want to do better. I want to pick the team up. I want to help them out. And you put a little more pressure on yourself. It's, you know, and he knows it. It's a little easier said than done.
Don't you think the same thing happens to a lineup?
Sure.
If Lindor's not in
Absolutely.
there or somebody's not in there, you know, everybody else might try to do more than they normally
and
would.
when you're all slumping, it's like a snowball going downhill. It's going to pick up steam and it's going to get bigger. And yes, but that's what the great thing about the year is. When you play 162 games, it happens to every team. It happens to everybody. You know, and that's the adversity you got to get through if you're going to be a good team.
The good ones can minimize it.
Yes, they can. They minimize the length of those things.
Lowry looks at an 0-2 fastball.
You know, sometimes when we always talk about it, it's nice to play a team when they're not playing well. I mean, we run into this Oakland team and we were out there, they were playing very good, and they still are. But you get your chance at home, and you know, sometimes it's all how you catch a team as well.
Made him move his feet. 2-2.
This is a guy that's really stepped up for Oakland this year and had a solid year. He was playing third base when we were in Oakland because Chapman was out on the DL. Now he's back at second base, but the switch hitter's had a solid year. And he's their all-star, in my opinion.
Rip foul. Well, Matt Williams told me he likes a lot of the young players Oakland has and the direction everything is moving. The question you always have to wonder when you're in Oakland is what's the front office going to do, though?
Well, yeah, they don't keep them or they don't pay them and they move them around.
They're never afraid to trade guys, too.
No. That's why I found out they're trying to sign Chris Davis to a new deal or a long-term deal. Uh-oh.
That's a long fly ball, and that one is gone. And just like that, it's a one-run game as Jed Lowry jacks his 15th home run of the season. And he now has 61 runs batted in. And it's now 3-2.
Yeah, and it's the 8th inning. Here they go again. They take off in the 8th inning. The #1 scoring team in this inning. It's a slider. Speeds up his bat a little bit, and he hit it right on the nose. They have now scored 63 runs in the 8th inning. You know, we talked about the Indians in their first inning. Well, this 8th inning has been the inning for the A's. And one swing, they're right back now, just one down.
Still only one out in the inning, and Chris Davis, the batter, is 1 for 3 today. Takes a pitch low, 1-1. Davis with a 9-game hitting streak. Sends a high drive, deep left field, gone, and we are tied at 3. So Neil Ramirez roughed up here this afternoon, back-to-back home runs. And that snaps an 18-game homerless drought for Chris Davis.
Well, 2 swings to the bat, and we have a tie ball game. And out comes Tito to make a pitching change. But you watch this pitch. Boy, that was a fastball middle. And he got some extension. That's where his power lies, is from the big part of the ballpark, left center to right center. You can see Ramirez upset.
So Corey Kluber in line for his 13th win. It won't come today. He'll be saddled with a no decision. Oliver Perez when we come back. When the inning began, 4 batters later, we are tied at 3. And Matt Olson, big slugger for the A's, coming to the plate. He's 0 for 3 today. Oliver Perez on for the 18th time this year. And a high fly ball, right field.
That may be an infielder's ball. Watch this.
Naquin squeezes it, 2 down. And Stephen Piscotty will be the batter with 2 away. And Tito's going to go right back to the bullpen. So 1 and done for Perez, even though he's done a good job against right-handed hitters so far this year. We'll be right back, tied at 3.
The slider to Lowry, that the 2-run homer that brought him down just about 103 miles an hour. And then the second one, the fastball, that one was hit hard. 110, 431 feet. That tied the ball game.
Zach McAllister on to face Stephen Piscotty. So the righty-righty matchup with 2 down and a tie game here in the 8th. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th, it'll be Alonso Kipnis and, or I'm sorry, it'll be Alonso Gonzalez and Gomes due up for the Indians. Fouled off the end of the bat. And McAllister's 2-strike pitch, jam job right back to the mound, inning over. But the A's get up off the deck. A couple of home runs. They tie the game 3-3, middle of the 8th. Couple of matchups we watched. Matt Chapman still has Corey Kluber's number for whatever reason. 5 for 5 in his career now. And Alonso unable to get traction against Edwin Jackson. But the Indians did have a 3-0 lead. Corey Kluber 7 shutout innings. But Oakland rallying with a pair of homers in the 8th to tie the game. And now here in the bottom of the 8th, it'll be Yonder Alonso, Eric Gonzalez, Yan Gomes against Lou Trevino. In the last 12 outings, he's given up 1 run. That goes back to June 7th.
7 wins on the year for him. In his last 12 outings, he's 4-0 with 3 saves and a .64 ERA, covering 14 innings.
First pitch was 98. That one was 94. But it's 2-0 for Yonder Alonso. foul back at 99 miles an hour.
He's getting it up there. Now, you never know how it is to see right about now with that sunshine out there, still bright, mounds and shadows, home plate also.
Broken bat. This might work out well.
Baby.
It'll drop for a hit.
Thing of beauty right there.
Go ahead run aboard to start the bottom of the 8th inning.
It cost him a bat, but he certainly does not care. Comes in there with a good fastball, but gets enough of it. So the leadoff man aboard.
Now Eric Gonzalez. He squares. Jabbed at it. Strike one.
I got to tell you, before the game today, they had a bunch of them out here bunting off the machine. Just for situations like this, and Gonzalez was a part of it. But when you get in here in the game, it's a little bit different. Relax, just put it on the ground and try and bunt strikes.
And that's bunted foul. So it's 0-2. And now Rajay Davis. I was wondering if Tito was going to wait to see if Alonso got to second base before he pinch ran for him. Now Rajay comes in to run for Alonso. Oakland figures Rajay's in there for one thing, to try and swipe the base as soon as he can.
The tough thing is, though, right now it's an 0-2 count.
They can pitch out if they want.
Or they can just throw a high fastball. You know, and plus he's got to get a look at this move.
He's off. And it is a high pitch, and they got him. Perfect throw.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they had to do. That's the only time Lucroy's been able to throw a guy out. And it was an 0-2 count, and it's a tough pitch to run on. But he gets a nice high fastball. Oh, that's just perfect. And the throw's right there, and they get Davis. So they erase the runner.
Only the fourth time Raj has been thrown out trying to steal this year.
That's one of the toughest things to do. Right there, you know, when you go out there, everybody in the ballpark knows you're going to run and try and steal a base. And it's in on an 0-2 count. So, got to get it restarted again here in the 8th.
And Eric's down on strikes. So 2 down. And Yan Gomes coming up.
Well, when you look at it this way, and you get a good hard fastball, and he gets rid of the ball in less than 2 seconds, an easy pitch to throw, he throws a strike. That's how you get your base stealers right there.
And Gomes takes a look at a strike. In tight. Line drive and a base hit in left field for Yan Gomes. So now the go-ahead run is back on base, but there are 2 down in the inning.
Gomes had a good swing in his last at-bat. He lined out to right field. This is a low breaking ball, and he smokes it into the left field. And you can see, you know, we're not going to show it, but he got rid of that ball as quickly as he could, and he was off target. So now in this situation, 2 outs, man on first. The outfield, I'm sure, will play very deep. Try and cut off anything in an alley. Naquin singled in his last at-bat. Came around to score the 3rd run.
Tyler Naquin takes the strike. Struck out back in the 4th inning. Tyler with a base hit in the 6th with 2 outs. And came around to score the last run the Indians have scored in this game. And that was, remember, that was 2 outs, nobody on base, 3 straight singles. Got that last run for the Tribe. And Naquin is called out to end the inning. 2 hits, a couple of strikeouts, and we go to the 9th, tied at 3. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Well, some changes to tell you about here at Progressive Field as we go to the 9th inning. Edwin Encarnacion goes to first base, so the Indians lose the designated hitter for the rest of the game. Rajay Davis stays in the game. He is in center field, batting 5th. Greg Allen moves from center field to right field. And Zach McAllister gives up a leadoff single to Matt Chapman, and he's had a good day, 3 for 3.
Yeah, and he walked 1 time, so he's been on base all 4 times.
The batter down for Oakland, shortstop Marcus Semien.
Marcus Semien 0 for 3, squares, bunts. McAllister's only play is at first. One down. And a go-ahead run into scoring position for Oakland. Cody Allen up for Cleveland. Jonathan Lucroy 0 for 3 has flied out to center field all 3 times. And 0 for 7 now in the first 2 games of this series. Matt Chapman carrying the mail for Oakland right now. And that's in the dirt. Nice stop by Gomes. Oakland has out-hit the Indians now 9-8.
There's the breaking ball, and there's Gomes, as he does so often. Boy, a nice job of just keeping that ball either in front. He picks it. He is one of the best at that.
Back out of play.
Well, I know the approach here for Lucroy will be shooting it to right center field or staying on it, an inside-out approach.
Slow chopper to third. Ramirez looks the runner back, takes his time, throws out Lucroy, 2 down.
You know, I like that pitch there. He went right at him with a good fastball, firm. Didn't give him an opportunity to try and slap it that way. And he gets him to roll over on it. Like it a lot. Look at it. It's going to run inside. A little two-seam fastball. Got down around the trademark. Good pitch by McAllister. Gets a second out, and he will be finished.
With 2 down, Terry Francona is going to go to Cody Allen to try to keep it a tie game here in the top of the 9th. Here in the top of the 9th, and Cody Allen, to try and keep this game tied, will be facing Dustin Fowler. Cody's 37th appearance on the year. Recently became the Indians' all-time saves leader in on what day was that? I lost track of what day it was. That Wednesday?
Well, it had to be Wednesday, yes, on the other way. 140, but right now just trying to get the final out here in the 9th.
And that fastball is a bit inside, ball 1. That fastball finds the outside corner. Evens the count of 1-1. And an off-speed pitch catches the outside edge. And it's 1-2. Cody Allen, who was a former draft pick of the Indians. When he became the all-time saves leader, he didn't talk about himself. There was no I. It was about his teammates, coaching staff, and the organization that drafted him. The opportunity. Line drive, and oh, what a catch by Lindor! That'll end the inning, and it may have just saved the game for the Tribe. Lindor diving into the hole. Snares it off the bat of Fowler. Will go to the bottom of the 9th. $33,195, just shy of a sellout crowd here this afternoon. Hoping for a dramatic finish now. Greg Allen, then Lindor and Brantley in the home half of the 9th. Lou Trevino worked around a couple of hits to get out of the 8th. Stays on for Oakland. Ground ball, routine hopper to second base. 1 pitch, 1 out. Francisco Lindor. His 37th multi-hit game of the year. Tops in the American League. He has also scored his 79th run, tops in all of baseball. And he just saved the game with an outstanding diving, leaping, grabbing the hole.
Yeah, I thought that ball was fine.
Called a strike. Fastball away, evens the count of 1-1. Oh man, shot that right into the Oakland dugout. Over the railing and sent them scattering.
It's amazing how they just sit up there on that top row and the ball's there wasn't much time to move for that one. Down in the count, but they could use a base hit or an extra base hit here.
Outside with an off-speed pitch, 2-2. Outside and a full count. 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a good take because that ball, it's 98, but not only that, it was moving going away.
Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. 2 down. Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game to this point.
It does not get any better than that, folks. I got to tell you, from our vantage point, it looked like that ball was heading into left field, and he just picks it up before it hits the ground to get out of that inning. Cody loved it. The fans loved it. Kept it a tie ball game.
Michael Brantley 1 for 4 on the afternoon. To left field, and it's going to drop for a hit. So the winning run is aboard with 2 down in the 9th. And it will bring up Jose Ramirez. He didn't hit it hard, but they're playing deep. And Canada just didn't want to take any chances on it.
Yeah, he sliced a fastball at 98. You're right. We saw it yesterday in the game out in center field. Fowler dove for a ball off Brantley and went for a double. You give him the single, make him get 2 more hits to beat you, especially in a tie game late in the ball game.
Jose Ramirez, who never met a fastball he didn't like. And he lost the bat all the way to the backstop. And that one was only 91, so he was geared up for the 98.
If he's throwing 98, I wonder if that's a changeup. That or a cutter, something that had a little spin to it. Now that I saw the replay,
he did the same thing on the first pitch to Brantley.
Yeah, cutter it was. I'm going with cutter.
Ramirez and a 97-mile-an-hour fastball tops it foul. Lou Trevino as Ramirez in the hole 0-2. Brantley draws a throw. Upstairs.
Again, you got another high fastball there and an 0-2 count in case Brantley took off. What they did to Rajai Davis back in the 8th.
Popped back out of play. Ramirez tied for second in the American League when the day began with 24 homers, tied for 5th in runs batted in, 6th in doubles. But so far today, 0 for 3 with a walk. Trevino ready. The 1-2. And that's off the facing of the Oakland dugout.
It was one of those Ramirez at-bats where, boy, he fouls off and can spoil a lot of pitches just to hang in there, and you just hope that he makes a mistake. Still a 1-2 count. But this guy, Jose, can battle you with the best of them.
Right back to Trevino. We've got extra innings here in Cleveland, tied at 3. AT&T is the official sponsor of Extra Innings.
Speaking of extra innings, the A's are 5-3. The Indians are 1-5.
Mark Canha will lead off for Oakland. He is 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. And that was the only time Oakland scored. It was in the 8th inning. He had a 1-out single. He came around on a Jed Lowry 2-run homer. The next man, Chris Davis, hit 1 out to tie the game up. Canha with a hefty cut comes up empty. 0-2. Indians bullpen is quiet. Cody got the final out of the 9th on a diving play by Lindor. In the left field, Brantley makes the catch, 1 away. This was in the 8th. Jet Lowry first. A 2-run shot down the line inside the pole. And it got Oakland on the board, made it a 1-run game. And the very next man, Chris Davis, sent one up and out to the bleachers.
Yeah, that's their magic inning, the 8th inning.
Lowry, 6 homers, 7 doubles, 19 ribbies in his last 20 games.
Yeah, his one swing gave him some life, brought it back to 1. But you see, that's the difference. They hung around the ball game. It was a 3-0 lead going into that 8th inning. Tomlin getting loose in the Indians bullpen.
High pop to center. Rajay Davis will make the catch, 2 away.
Well, Corey Kluber, just another Kluber performance. 7 innings, 5 hits. Walked 2 and struck out 3, but keeping it off of the barrel of the bat. And had a lot of outs on 3 pitches or less. (102 pitches on the day.
Well, Chris Davis has 2 hits today. Singled in the first, extending his hitting streak to 9 games. And then he broke an 18-game homerless streak with that home run we just showed you a moment ago in the 8th inning that tied the game. Cody Allen gets ahead of him, 0-2. Breaking ball just missed. He's been giving the pitch away all day long. That time he did not.
Yeah, Cody, that was a good pitch trying to get him to chase this ball, but I'll tell you what, he had a good at-bat in his first at-bat against Kluber to take it that way, but he took that one. Yes.
He went around this time.
Yes, he did.
He strikes out. And the A's go 1-2-3. So Cody Allen retires all 4 that he faces. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Belgium. Coverage begins Tuesday at 1 o'clock Eastern on Fox, or you can stream it live on the Fox Sports app. Here in the bottom of the 10th inning, it will be Edwin Encarnacion, Rajay Davis, and Eric Gonzalez. Now on to pitch for Oakland, right-hander Blake Trinan. He is their closer. Even though it is not a save situation, he has converted each of his last 19. Are you surprised he goes to his closer, though, without the lead in a situation like this?
No, trying to keep it right there now because the Indians use their closer like you do at home in the 9th inning. So he went, Cody did an inning and a third, so he can come out here. This is one game they really need. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, when you see what they have left, I mean, we've seen Casilla, Yosmero. I mean, so
yeah.
No, this doesn't surprise me at all.
Down in the dirt, 1-1.
But as we know, and we've talked about many times, how does the closer handle a tie game on the road? Is it the same intensity? It should be in extra innings here.
Edwin sends one right at the shortstop Semien. Low throw, and Olsen digs it out, one away.
For the Indians, stepping to the plate, the center fielder.
He fielded it cleanly, but then he just let up on that throw. But his first baseman Olsen saves him, picks it cleanly. Out number 1.
Well, here's Rajay Davis. Came on as a pinch runner in the 8th and was thrown out trying to steal. One ball, one strike. Trinan with the 1-1, and that's low. Pitch out of the strike zone, called a strike. Stu Sherwater. I mean, guy's throwing 100. It's hard enough to hit, but this.
Well, he's been pretty consistent. That was low, but at 100 miles an hour, I don't think he needs help. He called, I think, one other pitch that was low today out of the strike zone. For the most part, he's been very consistent, but not. You don't want to do it there. Because that's what happens. He forces them to swing the bat.
2 down. I'm going to bring up Eric Gonzalez.
There you see, it looks like a little two-seamer. As hard as he throws, it goes down, and it short hops just past home plate, and you get the swing after that last call. So 2 outs.
Gonzalez with a foul ball. Struck out his only time up when he came on as a defensive replacement for Jason Kipnis. His only at bat was in the 8th, and it was a critical one because Rajay Davis had replaced Yonder Alonso. Gonzalez was trying to bunt, couldn't get the bunt down. And he was immediately in the hole 0-2. That's when Rajay took off, tried to steal. He was thrown out. Then Gonzalez struck out. And there were 2 down in the 8th. And even though Jan Gomes followed with a single, Tyler Naquin then struck out. Send it to the 9th. And now the Indians bat here in the 10th with 2 down and the bases empty. Now trying and ready. The 1-2.
He's throwing that heavy 2-seamer down in the zone. It's tough to do anything with it. You hit on top of the ball, goes directly into the ground.
The 1-2. And a ground ball is short. We'll go to the 11th. Tied at 3.
Extra Innings brought to you by AT&T is the official sponsor of Extra Innings. We are heading into the 11th inning. A couple of more changes for the Indians. Josh Tomlin will be coming into the ball game. He will now pitch. And Brandon Geyer, he goes into right field. And Allen will move back to center field as he will go into Davis's spot because the pitcher is now hitting because Encarnacion is at first base. So there's Geyer in right. And Allen moves back to where he started the ball game, back to center.
And that just about does it for everybody on the bench except for the backup catcher, Roberto Perez. Matt Olson, the leadoff for Oakland. Josh Tomlin misses up high, ball 1. Fouled right back.
Good pitch got inside there.
Tomlin, the 6th pitcher of the night for Cleveland. Down low, 2-2. Right field and a base hit. Brandon Geyer just into the game, plays it on a hop. And the A's get their leadoff man aboard.
Well, he hit that ball right on the button. You get it down and in, and it's a good thing he didn't elevate that ball. Line drive, one hopper to Geyer just coming into the game. Looked like a little cutter right there. So the A's get their leadoff man aboard.
Stephen Piscotty 0 for 4. Tomlin ties him up, goes upstairs. Popped out of play to the right. Tomlin, since moving to the bullpen, last 10 outings out of the bullpen since the end of May, he's got a 284 earned run average. And he's pitching in one of those difficult roles because you don't have an option to pitch all that often with the way this team usually pitches and the way they play. You know, the long man, there's not a lot of use for a long man.
Right, and you just never know. It's like being a utility man. You at the right spot, if they need you, you go in. You have to be ready at all times.
Gave the Indians 3 innings out of the bullpen on June 26th in St. Louis. Foul right back over the screen. The count remains 2-2. The Indians led this game 3-0. Francisco Lindor scored his major league leading 79th run of the year in the first. And then he drove in his 56th run of the year with a 2-out RBI bloop single to right field in the 6th, and that made it 3-0. It stayed that way until the 8th, when Oakland scored all 3 of their runs in the span of 3 batters. A single, 2-run homer, solo shot, bang, just like that. Tie game. Tomlin runs one in off the plate, full count.
This will be interesting to see what Melvin does with the full count. Do they want to start the runner? They don't steal many bases. They've been thrown out about as many times as they've stolen a base. You don't want to make an out on the base, and Tomlin does such a good job at holding. I think you'd have to bank on if Piscotty is going to put the ball in play, is what he would do if he wants to start his runner. You've got Chapman on deck, so you maybe not.
3-2, runner holds. Fly ball left field. Back goes Brantley. Still going back at the wall. Gone. Stephen Piscotty with a 2-run homer. And Oakland goes ahead 5-3.
He wasn't going to take the chance, and then Oakland does. They do what they do best. They just hit a 2-run home run, so it's been the long ball for them. In the 8th inning, they hit 2. They hit 1 here in the 11th. And they make it a 5-3 game. Looks like a cutter right there. Or was it a straight fastball? But he got enough of it, and that's what you talk about the backspin. There it was right there on that ball.
Now Matt Chapman bidding for his 4th hit of the day. He's got it. And he's headed to second base with a double. A 4-for-4 performance.
That guy, he loves to hit against the Indians. There's a curveball, but he stayed back on it and smokes it to left field. So 3 straight hits here to start the 11th inning.
Marcus Semien takes a strike. Out of play right side. Oakland, all they have to do is look out at the scoreboard. They can see that Seattle has lost and Houston has won. The Astros have now won 5 in a row. Bob Melvin's team is headed for Houston after tomorrow's series finale here for a 4-gamer.
Yeah, this the 11th inning started just like the 8th inning. They got the first out in the 8th, and then it was single, homer, homer. 3 consecutive hits in that inning. But in this 11th, it started right from the get-go. The single, the 2-run homer, and a double. And they will continue to try and add on.
To third, Ramirez will look to run her back. He'll fire it over. 1 down. A large number of the 33,000 here today are making their way home. And Jonathan Lucroy 0 for 4 this afternoon, the batter. 0 for 8 in the series. Throw down, and it's high by Gomes, backed up by Lindor. And give Matt Chapman his first stolen base.
Well, he figured nobody's paying attention, nobody holding them close. Picks a breaking ball, and I'll tell you, Ramirez does a heck of a job to get leather on it. If he doesn't, that's another run for the A's. Watch it. No chance for him to make a play on it, but he caught leather.
Infield in with 1 out. 5-3 Oakland on the 2-run homer here in the 11th by Stephen Piscotty. Infield in. Tomlin's pitch is out of play again.
You see the infield. By the time he throws, they will be at about the cut of the grass.
Oh, just in off the plate. 2-2.
Well, he's not going to give him any swinging room because that's what he's looking to do, is just try and slap it the other way. So they're staying inside on Lucroy here again.
Out of play, fouled on the left side. Without a doubt, from the get-go this year, the home run ball has been a major stumbling block for Josh Tomlin. This is 46 innings of work and 20 home runs allowed. And the 2-2 to Lindor, and right by him. 6-3 Oakland. Lindor was going to go to the backhand and try to come home with it, but the ball went right through him.
Yeah, that should sum it up right there, because they're waiting, they're fouling it off. It's tough to get a swing and a miss. He goes inside, and normally that is just like a vacuum cleaner, but maybe thinking of throwing before, but it just gets under the glove. An error will score the 3rd run of the inning.
And Dustin Fowler 1 for 5 on the afternoon, now evening. To first, Edwin steps on the bag, throws down, double play, ends the inning. A's get 3. Last chance for the Indians when we come back. As we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and for the Indians, Yan Gomes will lead it off. Gomes is 1 for 4 on the afternoon with a run scored. Blake Trinan worked a 1-2-3 10th inning. Stays on here in the 11th. Broken bat, roller to short. And Marcus Semien throws out Gomes, one away. Series finale tomorrow afternoon right here at Progressive Field. We'll have it for you. Indians Live begins our coverage at 12:30. Shane Bieber will go for the Indians. Left-hander Brett Anderson going for the A's. Brandon Geyer's first at bat of the day.
Trying enough free and easy after those 3 runs, just relax and now throwing strikes.
In the dirt, 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, a couple ways to look at this game today, and one of the less obvious is the fact that Oakland's pitching kept them in the game. Edwin Jackson gave up 3 runs. Only 2 of those were earned. And then Ryan Buchter shut him down for an inning and a third. Lou Trevino 2 scoreless out of the bullpen. So the A's pitching did a good job of not allowing the Indians to run away with this game. They got up early, couple of runs. It was 3-0, but the Indians never were able to land a big blow to really put it away.
Well, that's been their MO all year. They stay within striking distance, and late in the ball game, 7th inning on, they score runs. They scored their 3. They lead all of baseball with runs in the 8th inning.
2 down.
And that's exactly what it is. And now it's been 6 unanswered, and they were able to come out in the 11th and put 3 more on the board. So they've been a good road team this year.
And this will only be the Indians' 2nd loss at home when they have had the lead after 2 innings.
Yeah. Well, and let's see what they were here. I was looking at Oakland because they've been the team that were, what, 33-0 after 7. The Indians were 45-1 coming into today's game after 7 innings with the lead.
Greg Allen, couple of hits today, an RBI double, a single, he's walked, stole a base. In fact, it was Allen's hit in the 2nd inning that gave the Indians a 2-0 lead. Olsen, long flip, beats him to the bag. And the Indians go 1-2-3. The A's win the game to even the series at a game apiece, 6-3 is the final. Oakland is now 49-40. The Indians' 5-game win streak is over. They are 49-38. Winning pitcher is Blake Trinan. He's 5-1. The loss to Josh Tomlin. He's now 0-5 on the year. So we'll be back tomorrow for the series finale when the Indians try to make it 2 out of 3 against Oakland. But this was a tough one to swallow, only because it looked like the Indians had it set up to take it home with a 3-0 lead.
Yep, they normally do.
Neil Ramirez on in the 8th. I mean, that has been a very good success formula. But alas, Oakland gets away here this afternoon. So it's time now for Indians Live with Al and Jensen. And guys, Corey Kluber pitched great. I mean, he was in line for his 13th win, but it all went awry late today.
Definitely did, Matt. And when you have the lead 3-0 and your ace exit after the 7th inning, I feel your bullpen should be able to hold it. And Neil Ramirez has been great.
Yeah.
But today, the A's got to him for 3 runs. All 6 runs surrendered by the Indians bullpen team.
You look at the 3-run 8th that Neil Ramirez surrendered. That breaks his scoreless appearance streak at 17 games. He hadn't allowed a run since May 28th. So a hiccup there for him in an otherwise brilliant run that he's really cemented and calmed down the back of this bullpen.
When we come back, it's Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. We'll wrap this one up for you. Take a look ahead as well. Tonight, the Indians' 5-game winning streak comes to an end as the Oakland A's come back and top the tribe 6-3. Indians Live next.